Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more work on Insignia, of course, for the demo. Mainly today, I think we'll be working on getting some more structure into this demo and getting it into your hands through the feature test. So I'm excited for that. Hope you are too. No luck for me sleep-wise last night. I had a very bad night, so today might even be an early end to the stream, depending on how I hold up. I got a nice fan blowing some nice cool air in front of me. It's very hot today. So I'm just going to see what happens. Like, if we end up ranting from like 4:30 to 6 p.m., that's what happens. If we end up leaving at 4:30, that's fine too. I normally stream till 6, so we'll just see how the day goes, and I'm not going to be too upset about it. Whatever happens, just trying to be tolerant of myself. Dadaskun, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Hey, welcome. All right. So a big thank you to everybody who's here in chat from Twitch and YouTube. Also a big thank you to Angelica Cabadir for the most recent follow and Wormlade for the most recent subscription. I think that's accurate. Yes, that is accurate. Cool. So let me just sort of take you through what's on the plan for today. I'll bring up the page because I don't have the doc open. What is that? What is that? What is that? The estimate release date for the game. Hey, Prof. Welcome. Thor is streaming right now, so it could be a good opportunity to catch him. Not sure when he plans on ending, though. That's interesting. Why is he streaming so late? Doesn't he usually stream, like, hours and hours and hours ago? Lucky I didn't wake up early to stream to catch him on his way out earlier today. For my game, release date's probably sometime in late 2026. I don't usually say that, but that's currently what I'm projecting for. Okay, so got something in my teeth. So today we're working on basically filling out this space. I actually made a bit of a change recently to this layout, and now as of yesterday we got pretty far along. Hey, Flex Ice. Oh, we only just started. It's all good. Yeah, 10-year development cycle is pretty much where we're at. I mean, do you know, I was thinking about this recently, like reflecting on when I was a lot younger and I started the project. I was like, you know, I'll never let this become a 10-year project. Like, I'm better than that, you know? I don't have to, I can keep my aspirations reasonable and not try to overshoot. When I was, exactly, a young dev. So I was aiming for something smaller. I've talked about this a fair bit, actually. I don't know if there's going to be anything I can find that demonstrates what I'm describing. Let's do a quick... I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay. So this is the thing. This is the time you put in, and this is the value you get out. Value. Time. Sometimes what happens is you want the game to be like this, right? As soon as the game reaches above this line, it's profitable, right? It's worth releasing. So like your game will usually start like this, right? It'll start down here. Like you've put some time into building some stuff, but it's not worth anyone's money. but you have to put a lot more time into it for it to start tilting up. And if you're working on a solo project, and this is something that obviously I learned as I went, if you're working on a solo project, this line actually starts to shift up as the industry changes, right? The standard goes up for indie games, different games come out, different games become more popular, different genres, that kind of thing. All the while, you're trying to make your game better and as good as it needs to be. And in my case, like it just, this time I thought that, you know, it would be good enough here. And then I realized, oh, maybe it should be good enough here. Oh, maybe it should be good enough here. And now it's like, now we're kind of heading towards this point here. So, you know, this was like maybe the 5-year mark, you know, where I just thought what I'm building at the time, you know, you put time in, because this is the thing. You go, I'm going to build a game out of like piece A, piece B, piece C, you know, D, E, or whatever. You think you have like a bunch of components that once you build them, you have a game, right? It's like, well, I built all the things and now I have my video game. But then like you realize that you get to a point where you've built a bunch of the things and you don't have a game. You know, you built like, yeah, you built it all, but you built it in a way that like, it doesn't quite fit. And, you know, this is kind of a little short and it just doesn't feel fun. Like it just doesn't, it is sort of all, you know, physics sims properly down and, you know, just gonna go glonk and it doesn't quite work, you know? So you go, oh, well, now all the systems need to be good. And then you make all the systems good. And then you go, oh, but it still doesn't have a story tying it all together. And maybe maybe for the story to work, some of these systems have to be a little bit different. Maybe they have to have more longevity in them because I want to tell a story that works over this much time. And these systems are too simple, so I need to complicate them in some way. You start realizing that the shape that it needs to be a bunch of systems might be like this. But actually the shape it needs to be worth someone's money is like this. So how are you going to make it feel to be worth people's money? And like I said, this thing is expanding, right? This line here is like the area of this thing here. It's kind of like, oh, like the standards are changing. It needs to be better or bigger, or that's the scope creep. So, you know, what's crazy about this is that when you define a scope, you think about systems, you think about content. You don't think about quality as a thing that can be scope crept. So, like my game, when I planned it out, had like a combat system, a quest system, crafting system, platforming, stories, inventory, and cutscenes, dialogue. That's the game, right? Like, there you go. Over 5 chapters. It's still exactly that stuff. It doesn't have any more stuff in it than what I just described. But that stuff is like, for whatever reason, building something for your first game that technically satisfies those requirements and shipping something that somebody would pay money for. There's just a huge jump between those things. So there you go. But yeah, of course, I never thought it would take 10 years. C. Buckington, thank you so much for the resub. So, what we're doing today is, I mean, even this stuff has changed quite a lot in 2 months. So, in November, this is 4 months now, in November, I started building out a demo dungeon for, there were going to be like 16 of these tiny dungeons that are like a few scenes big, and then 5 large-scale dungeons. The tiny dungeons, when I first built this one, it's like 8 or 9 rooms or something, which I thought would be maybe like a 10-minute experience, which is fine. That's like what it should be. But turning this into a tutorial, I realized like if I've got to give you 3 powers, that's 3 dungeons in the full game. I'm not going to have you play the game for an hour and a half just to understand how the game works. So the first 3 powers now appear within like 3 rooms of each other. I do use Unity, yeah. So, and the game might stay this way. Maybe this is the best way to teach the player the core foundations of the game. But I had to build this set of things twice, and maybe I can retrofit some stuff. But you don't really know what shape it needs to be until you start building it. So that's another aspect of it. All right, so today, in order for this to work as a demo for you to play, I need to add in a couple of things. I need to make it so that the you have some tutorial about the directional attacks in the game. So I was going to have that be placed about here in this scene, or in a scene that would live here. So I might do that now. In the old game, in the old demo, that exists in a watchtower that's like here. But I might put it in the middle now. Yo, I've got some weird stuff going on with my mouse. Am I like fully running out of memory on this computer? I'm just gonna crank up the power. Actually, that's better, and I'm on battery saver. Maybe it's just the power settings being weird. No, not working. My poor laptop. You seeing that? The mouse skipping? Oh no. I hope that doesn't stick around. I don't know. Maybe it's the Wacom tablet being weird. Some driver stuff. Oh, okay. We're getting Morse code messages from beyond. Hang on. Is there an update? Where is the... It should be in settings. There should be reset driver. There we go. Okay. That... No, still getting issues. I don't know why this happens sometimes. I use Sprite for pixel art. It's just a resource issue. I bought a graphics card a couple of days ago for my main PC, which has been is the laptop plugged in? It is plugged in. So just for those of you wondering, we had a I went with the 3050. So I'm on a bit of a budget, and I used to do my game dev and my streaming on this PC here on my desk. And recently it started blue screening, and it started blue screening because of some NVIDIA driver, what do you call it? The video encoder, some video encoder reset issue. And I was thinking maybe that was a RAM thing. So I got new RAM, and then it's still blue screened. So it's like, okay, well then I've got a 10-year-old graphics card in there as well. Maybe that's, maybe it's the graphics card. So I bought a new graphics card. I mean, we're only a couple of components away from a brand new PC. Just a motherboard and a CPU. But, yeah. No, I just turned on my PC. It was turned off earlier. So, the PC, I'm waiting for the graphics card to get delivered. It's still kind of on the way. But I didn't go for anything super expensive. The 3050 was, it was, like $350 Australian, which is like 250 US. I don't develop on a Mac. No, it's Windows. Why would you get that idea? I know, it's so frustrating. Okay, so we're doing some level design. The case made of solid gold was 300,000. Oh, this? Or this? That's Windows. Okay. So I guess it's just time to add a new level here. Let's just go open containing folder. Make another one called Orinstead Outlook. Overlook. Watch. Outpost. Outpost. Okay. So this is going to start basically where this one ends. So I could just like, you know, take all this and pretend it's over here. And I basically want to do just like a little bit of showing you how like the wall climbing and like, not wall climbing, but like climbing up ledges and wall jumps and stuff works. Oh, it's like all pink. Okay. Oh yeah, everything is amazing. It's so good. This app, if you don't have it, it's called Everything. You could just type whatever you want on your computer and it just finds the file. It's so good. Like way better than Windows search. I don't know why Windows doesn't just buy them out. Microsoft doesn't just buy them out. It's just a lot better. How did you approach making Insignia? Was it asset-based approach? I don't know what asset-based approach means. What do you mean by that? They would just ruin it. Maybe they would just ruin it. Oh, art-based. So how would I put this? My approach was basically, I had a character design and the thing that I decided to do was just to build. I had a character design and I had a story, and I knew that I wanted to make an action platformer. So I just started building that. Hey, suicidal businessman, this is tiled. So it was like, okay, I'm making an action platformer. Let's make a run animation. Let's make a jump animation. Let's do attacks. Let's do hitboxes. Let's do, and then because it's going to have a story, let's do dialogue system. Let's do a house and a quest. And I just sort of like built it out that way. That's probably not the right way to do it. I mean, it's fine to build the systems out, but in terms of the assets, like build that run animation that I did first, that run animation was gone within 2 months. And then the next run animation was gone within 6 months. And then the next run animation was gone about 2 years later. So it's like, if you can hold off on putting assets in the game until you absolutely need to put them in, it's better to just prototype with gray boxes, because you'll just save yourself so much energy having to just redraw stuff. Because the thing is, you get better at it. That's the problem. No one tells you this, but you actually develop skills and you become like way, way better. So if you can, I mean, like if you can afford to, I would say like don't even do the assets. Like just get someone else to do them if you're not passionate about it. I mean, I obviously am, but yeah, like there's totally space out there for you to not have to do that. It just depends on like what's more important to you, I suppose. Like for me, you know, the thing that I regret about this stuff is that I learned a lot for sure, but I probably had to do more assets than I needed to learn the lessons. Like you get better at it, but sometimes like I'm in the place now with this game, and this is why I feel so confident about like getting help to finish it with like a team and stuff. Cause like I'm kind of bored of building it myself. Like the things that I do every day are not novel things. They're not things that like I go, oh wow, I get to solve this problem for the first time. It's like, all right, this is something that I've done. I just have to do way more of it because the game needs content and I just have to build it out, you know? Yeah. So like learning to build an animation system, that's fine. Building 10 animations of the same character, the same animations, but just different. It's not, you don't need to do that. That's not necessary. Like there are just more efficient ways of like having a career in game development than doing it all yourself. And I enjoyed learning it myself. That's not the problem. Learning it is great, but having to finish it yourself, I mean, it's so hard to understate how much stuff there is to do in a game. That's kind of the real problem. It's just like there's so much to do. You're just constantly doing stuff and making progress, but like the world goes by, you know, in the meantime. You know, people are out there like doing their own thing and winning awards and having babies and starting families and buying houses, and you're like still working on the game. So I love the experience that I've had for sure. Like I don't regret it, but there are things that I would do differently. Maybe that's the definition of regret. I don't know. It's just like, you know, I'm proud of my journey, but it hasn't been the easiest journey. Do I have a playlist? I have this, which is Pretzel. Your stream is novel to me. Hey, Foha. That's nice. Oh, as a hobby, I mean, sure, but if you want to finish something and you want the thing that you make to be fit, like, you know, a complete thing, make it small enough that you can finish it. So I kind of want to make a version of this plank that will work even if there's no dirt under it. I don't know. Or even just one that's like hanging off nothing. That would be cool. Let's do that. Because I just don't like how this ends. Okay, we can do this fairly simply. It's going to take maybe... I'll draw it from scratch. Did you try ClickUp? Nope. I don't know what that is. I'm focusing on making robust systems, and when they are in good state, I'll bring in some friends on board to do the repetitive busy work. I like creating all the animation and such. Oh, like creating all the animation and stuff. Hopefully, I'll have enough money saved up to finish the game that way. That's an interesting approach. I'd like to see how it goes. Which studio do you use, Master? I use Unity, if that's what you mean. The engine? Oh, this is a sprite. Oh, hang on a second. There is a bottom. What? I don't need to draw you. How did I miss that? Did I just not make a rule for it? Oh, okay. Well. Done. Yay. But we don't have the corner designed, so why don't we see that? Can I place that? Maybe I can do it myself. Although that just seems like it's... I feel like the walls... Oh, unless ground tries to replace, but I don't think it should do that. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, we can just copy this and just put it there anyway. Just see if that hurts us down the line. I mean, it looks fine right now. So maybe that's fine. It takes time, Misoshi. It takes a lot of time to learn. Don't be discouraged. Oh, I think I know what this is. I think I know how to fix this. I think if I go to this, yeah. It's, well. It's that. And it's that. And it's another one which is, oh gosh. This is going to be an issue for me, isn't it? I don't know if Unity's system, not Unity system, Tiled's system is going to be nice to me about this. But I'm just going to make that change and hope that it doesn't burn me later. Yeah, like that looks way better. This might be a little weird. If I do that, it'll be much nicer. Yeah. Well, that's what I want anyway, so 99% of the time. Oh no, you can't do that yet. Sorry, I'm just remembering what my level design is. Okay. I'll put the watchtower here. This might change things a little bit. Cool. Let's make a scene for that. Flying medkits are native to Australia. No, those boxes with wings are just placeholders basically for enemies that don't exist. I wonder if I need this. Maybe I can merge these two levels. Yeah, it's just a way of saying, okay, there's going to be an enemy here at some point. I called it overlook, and I don't know if I was supposed to call it that. Outpost. I actually quite like overlook. Maybe I'll rename this file. Scene graph was made in graph view, which is a Unity system. It's just like an internal thing. I think it's UGUI. I don't know how they built it, but it uses their own internal thing. Is that what it's called? UGUI? UML? I don't know. Whatever they call that thing. Now, I don't understand when this happens. When I created this scene, why did I not get the rest of it? Like, that's supposed to have like an engine, and it's supposed to have an almond, and it's supposed to have a main camera, and then overlook. Get some scrolling bounds in here. Whoops. Another time. That's too far. So this was too high. And this was too wide. Hey, MacD. How's it going? I have a question about text and low resolutions. I'm using 320 by 180 canvas. The size constraints work well for what I'm learning. But I can make small text legible in ASprite. I can or I can't. How would you handle text at a 320 by 180 res? Would it be better to build at 640 but double up the pixels elsewhere? Oh, you can't. I mean, it just depends on the fonts. Like, if you have a pixel font, you should be able to do that. 320 by 180. I mean, that's the kind of text that you would normally have. Well, at 320 by 180, you're kind of heading towards mobile. If you want to have higher res text, if you want to mix resolutions, that's totally fine. I think Celeste does this, where the game's view is 320 by 180, but the text is like high res. So what you do is you set your camera to 1080p or whatever, native, and then you render nice high resolution fonts in the UI and have the game screen be 320 by 180. You can use a pixel perfect camera to do that in Unity. Yeah, that's the alternative. If you don't want to make your game look like a Game Boy Advance game, then yeah. But like, if you look at games from back in the day, like look at how big the text is of that screen. It's like 2/3 of the screen, like a third of it. Hey pals, 1 sec. I'm just getting a phone call. I'll be back in a bit. Must have been a butt dial. I answered, but he hung up. Yeah, so like, you know, it's a third of the screen here. I mean, I think just maybe mock up in a non-pixel art editor if you're going to use non-pixel art font. So go to like Figma or Photoshop or something and just scale. I mean, you can scale up. Okay, fine. You can do it 640 by 360 at 2x. Yeah, that's a fair thing to do. Get out of here. I just made a mistake. Whew, big sneeze. All right, 1 sec. Gotta open up some stuff that I just closed. So who's excited for FF7 Rebirth? Anybody following it? The reviews came out today. Okay, let's have a look. You struggle with the combat system. Oh, interesting. Where did you struggle with it? With remake or with rebirth? Or both? With remake. Oh, interesting. Never found attacking and dodging intuitive. You just don't like the action elements. That's fair. Hey. Avi Breast, welcome. Hey, British Viking Kari, thanks for the follow. Sorry, I missed that. And Punchland, thank you for the follow. There is a classic mode, I think, with FF7 Remake. Did you try that? Maybe it's still quite action-y. I'm not sure. I never played classic mode. Oh, that's unfortunate because I really enjoyed it. I think it's one of the best combat systems I've ever played. Oh, thank you. Now, I don't have slopes here yet, but I should probably start putting them in. That's very annoying. Maybe I could put the... watchtower up a bit of a cliff. It's kind of cool. But I might try to bring this all in a little. Is that the Unity tile set? There is no such thing as a Unity tile set. Do you mean the tile system? It is Unity's tile system, but I don't use Unity to build it. I use tiled, which converts to Unity's system afterwards. This is going to be a problem for me, isn't it? Maybe it would be just better if I just gave extra space at the beginning of the level so you could jump off it. Hey Yo-Yo Bob, welcome. Cool. So, maybe I'll take everything, including this, and this, and shift it over. Throw some enemies in here. Yeah, I like the Marten as well. I think he's fun. I'm going to update the bees soon so that you can have bees to fight against. Okay, can we get to the watchtower from here? There's no wall splats. Well, actually there is wall splats, but I don't think I've got them set so that enemies do them. Cool. Now let's add a background. And let's remove this. Well, it's not an accident. Gotta add some parallax to these. Bit more on the back. And let's fix this little issue here. Hey, Black Bison, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. That's feeling really good. There's no audio at the moment. That's right. I've got it muted. There's audio. It's just not audio that I let be in the game right now. Cool. Can I jump off the map? What about this way? Yeah. I'm still in the map. I just don't let the camera go that way, but I can make it. I could put some invisible barriers up there or something like that. Oh, Kyle. Thank you so much for saying so. That's great. Oh, I'm so excited for you. Proud of you, man. Oh, that's so great to hear. Thank you. Thanks for saying it. You just made my afternoon. I'm thinking I might need to cut some of this space. I feel like it might be a little too big. This scene here might be one too many, I think. We'll see. This is the beginning of the game. Where'd my doors go? I can't seem to get these groups to work the way that I want them to. It's really annoying. Things just won't go in the groups sometimes. Alright, so the first door is this one. Second door is this one. This is a western door. Oh, that's an east door. Let's make it forest. This one is a west door. Let's make it forest as well, just for now. Put it like here. Level scrolling bounds has us there as the left edge, so that's not too bad. Hey, how's it going? Okay, cool. So now I can attach this to that and this to that. And then I can make all of this much higher up. Put this there. This level's looking pretty big now. Save. Cool. This now replaces these two scenes. The game got bigger somehow. Whoops. So let's go grab not this one. This one. The inspector panel for each of the scene nodes. There is no inspector panel. I have one inspector called scene collection, scene instance collection, and that is the inspector for all of them at once. The nodes don't have inspectors. The nodes aren't game objects. Thanks, Soul. It has changed a lot, and it doesn't take that long to change it, but it's a big deal to me. This should add another door. Yep. And then if I sync that, this should show up over here somewhere. Yep. So now this door specifically, maybe I should bring it down. The watchtower scenes. So it's these two. Oh, these three. These four. Maybe the better way to do this is to take the old scenes and move them out. Up and away. And take the rest of the game. So then there's got to be a door here for this scene to connect to. But wait, staircase is the upper one, right? Opinions on Godot. Yeah, I like it. It's early, but it'll get there. Okay. So this level now basically just needs to be straight. Hey Lazy, how's it going? And you no longer need to be here. Did you think it needs more knockback? Those enemies have enough poise to not take knockback damage on when they're attacking, if that's what you mean. There's tons of knockback, but maybe there could be more. Like, you mean just horizontal knockback? Maybe. It might just be that their ground control is preventing them from getting knocked back. Maybe I should add some more knockback, but let's just keep going for a sec. So the question is, like, when does the environment become a little bit more... When does it become too repetitive? I feel like it's progressing. I feel like the differences in backgrounds give us a fair bit. But maybe by like here, you want to see a different tile set. I think there's no knockback at the moment, you know? I might not have any knockback. It might not be being applied. It's a good catch. Maybe a bit of an oversight on my part. Close enough. Oh yeah, this was a bug. How do I do no damage gameplay? You can't do no damage gameplay. You have to do damage. It's an action game. Unfortunately, that's just the way the game is. It's not Undertale. What's the point of mastering combat if you can't do no damage? Huh? Do you mean take no damage or do no damage? Oh, you mean how do you not take damage? I thought you mean do damage or take damage. No damage run where they're invincible. Oh, I mean the dodge roll has iframes. You can dodge roll. I see. Yeah. So just don't get hit. That's the way you do it. There is a block, but the block takes a little bit of damage at the moment anyway. Oh, I thought I was clever there. Oh. Hey, Norlox. So that's the end of the section. How long was that? That felt like maybe 5 minutes, although I did speed through it. Need to learn more English, I guess. No, it's okay. I think people mostly, I guess, no damage. I guess it could mean either. It's a bit ambiguous. It's not your fault. Hey, Jeffersons. Okay. Norlox. Norlox says pink. Color is yellow. No, green? That's green. Sorry, buddy. Maho, thank you so much for the resub. 5 months, let's go. Long time no lurk. How long since you've been working on this game? I've been working on this game since 2017. Is that a choco? Yeah, it's sort of chocolate with candy inside. It's like chalky, kind of like, I don't know what it's called. Emulsified something. Yo, I might need to duck out for like 5 minutes. But do you know why I only ate one? Because I'm so sick of them. Honestly, I'm so sick of them. Cool. Was someone saying Pirate Software is live now? I don't think they are. I was just gonna say, because I need to duck out for a bit, but I didn't want to miss a raid if one was coming. But I don't think he's around. I need to do... Oh, they were when I started. Ah, fair enough. I need to do new ones of these. Oh, they were doing Twitch Rivals. Oh, okay. Cool. So, yeah, new level edges. Particularly one that doesn't go to black. I think that's too unnecessary. So wait, what did you misspell? They were doing Pal World Twitch Rivals. That's correct, isn't it? Oh god. Pal Word. Wow. Did I make my custom editor panels? Yes, I did. 224, 264. I do all of my art in Sprite if it's pixel art. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna head out for a little bit. I'm gonna come back in about 5 or 10 minutes, and then we're gonna replace these trees. You banned it? So how did I do my custom editor panels? Like this thing here, and my state tree, and scene graph, and retrobox. I use the most of the time I use IMGUI, the immediate mode GUI in Unity. It's just you can do custom scripting in Unity. There's a whole set of videos you can watch on it and stuff. So I'll be back. I'm not like quitting the stream. I'm just going for be right back. And I'll be back in a sec. 5 or 10 minutes, okay? Okay, we back. So, I forgot to mention, I got some new glasses today. Do you want to see them? They're not for streaming on because they're like max zoom, zero FOV glasses. But these, oh wow, they look crazy on the stream. Jeez Louise, they look something different. They look way better IRL. Wow, that's a different vibe. I'm not used to them. No. Green? Yeah, like I feel like I can see to infinity and beyond with these things. The only thing about them that I'm not sold on is like when I look to the right and left, my whole world is warped. That's what I mean by FOV. Like, they're so... I can feel like the fisheye, you know? I've already got... I'll show you the gamut that I run now. Check this. Where's my... Alright. I get like new glasses all like every couple of years, but my vision, it hasn't changed that drastically in that time. I have now like 4 pairs of glasses, 5 maybe if I want to be really fun with it, that I can wear at any one time. So like, yeah, I was walking home just now and I'm like, whoa, like I'm looking down at my feet. My feet look like they're like 2 meters behind me. So I got these. These are the long distance glasses. And then these are my previous long distance glasses. So these are the ones that I have been wearing out and about for like the last year or 2, 3 years. So they're nicer. I still wear them. I'll still wear them. And then I've got, these are my normal day-to-day walking around reading glasses and stuff. I like these quite a lot. These are really cool, I think. And then these are the ones I stream with, which are my like just my current reading glasses. They're a bit squarer. I like them. So there you go. I have another set that's let me see if I can grab those. These ones are like old. Are they even here? I might not even know where these ones are. Okay, so now if you want to go back, like these ones are like 8-9 years old, so I can't wear these to do anything useful with. Yeah, they do basically nothing for me now. Maybe if I clean them. I mean, it's better than nothing. But what do you think? We could stream with these still, probably. I actually used to stream with these. These are my first glasses for streaming with. I think they got a bit of a smudge on them that you can't get off. It's like a scratch, yeah. Not great. But I can still read chat. I think we'll go for the ones I've been doing, which are pretty... You like the black color more. Ah, yes. I'll get a monocle next. I feel like a monocle's, it's more like a reading thing. I feel like if you need them for long distance, you don't want to be holding up a monocle all day. I feel like then it's like a binoculars set, you know? You need some sort of like hand telescope. All right. Checking your oil stocks. Yes. You like the new ones. 2 monocles. You like these ones the most. These ones are like definitely the most wild I've ever owned. It's different. I think I gotta wear them because I kind of liked that my eyebrows were dead in line with the frames, but actually kind of might wear them a bit lower. I like them more the more I look at them. They're very fun. But I can see the, can you see the, here, see the drift from like the line of my face? See how they kind of like, oh, it's not that crazy. They kind of like squish in. That's because they're like so fisheye. They're fun. When my outfit calls for it, I'll wear them. All right, let's do some art, shall we? I need, in order to do this, in order to do a good job of this, I need to switch the scene. And then I need to go to just like a random level. I have a lot of these like coves. So I want to do one that's like open and one that's closed. So let's take the door out. And then just place... Oh, that's quite annoying, isn't it? Okay, fine. You can come back, door. Okay, this door. But you have to die first. Sorry, mate. You're in the way. Cool. So, yeah, something like this. We'll take away the first door. And we'll take away the... What is this elevator say? Forest. I don't want this. Oh, grid one. There you go. That needs to get out of the way. And then I'll put the door here. So this is how I do all of my art these days. For those of you interested in my workflow, this is the process. So I take the scene basically as I'm going to have it in the game. Let's go right to there. Now that I've got a screenshot, what's up with Arrowbound? Is it available anywhere? It is. It's available on the Android Google Play Store. You can get it right now. Hey guys, I should do, man, it's so hard to be one person and to be working on a game. And for that game to be working on a game and have made a different game and be doing all this stuff. It's so hard to like plug my own shit. I have a game on Google Play called Arrowbound that I made in 2020 and I recently re-uploaded because it got taken down for being a bit outdated in its APIs, but now it's like fully up and functional and it doesn't have any ads and it's free. So 4.5 on the store. Thank you very much. That's a 9 out of 10, guys. That's as good as Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Like a week ago, like 2 weeks ago. So yeah, it's you know, I made this. Go play it if you're interested. It's a nice kind of like kind of a rage game, but also you can just kind of like pull it out and play it for like a couple minutes and then put it away. Cool. So I'm going to basically try and create a zone here that represents, nope, what I think is going to be like the door from start to finish. Maybe it needs to be more like all of this as like the door. The other ones are kind of large too, I think. Let's go documents. No. What the heck? Ah. There. Assets. Sprites. I don't know where I put my other doors. Background. They're not really backgrounds, are they? But that's where I've got it. Maybe... No, I'll make them... Oh, gee, I don't know. I'll figure it out. If I was to start an isometric game with a fixed camera, would I do it in a 2D or a 3D environment? You got a whole, there's so much stuff you got to think about when you make that decision. It just really depends on the pipeline. Do you want to be doing like 3D modeling or not? If you don't, if you just want to do sprite work, then you could do isometric with 2D. If you want there to be 3D models in the game, like for the environment, if you want the game to be like cubes, 3D. So if I take this guy, excuse me, while I take this guy and put him here and go foreground 1 and do this, that's plenty of space. Like starting like halfway, maybe just in front of halfway. Maybe I could make it wider. Depends on how lavish I want the door to be. They're not going to be real doors. They're just going to be like scene edges. But I could put like stuff around it. Because that's going to be the point where you cross over. All of this is going to be invisible. Everything to the left half. So let's think about it that way. The point where you cross over the door is literally, boom, straight there. Okay, so what do I want to be here to signify that the level ends? Typically it's like just forest clearing is what I typically do, like just trees. What do they do in other games? Like Chasm. Those are like actually cave doors, right? Do they not have doors? Do you just sort of continue into nothing? Maybe they just don't have anything. Maybe you just walk off the screen and it fades. What do you think about that? Having just like the camera end. What do they do in Iconoclasts? Is it literally the same in all these games? They just don't. You just walk off the screen. You know, I think the door idea is something that might work for like level transitions, like full zone transitions, I should say. Maybe that's the way to do it. So for small doors, I just don't. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's just how I do it. So, like, an example of that here would be something like this. Just take away the appearance altogether. Have the left scrolling bound just be like here. What? It looks like my game is not listening to me. What? Is it because of the fixed camera? Yeah, so you literally just go off that way. It's okay. It feels a little bit like, oh really? Like that's the edge? Like I'm sort of not sure what's gonna happen. It'd be nice to have just like some god rays or something at least. Like that. Okay, now I feel like something's gonna happen. But it still makes me a little uneasy. I don't know what to say about that. The door definitely felt like, okay, we're going into a new space now. I think that's too much. I'm saying if I remove the doors and replace them with just this. So like all of the doors would just be this. It is efficient. It is efficient. I don't know how I feel about it. I would, if it was up to me, I would at least have a background of the door. Like something in the background that has the same texture as the walls. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe it's just me because I've been looking at it for so long. I definitely would like to have less work to do. That's for sure. So if it means I don't have to do as much, that's amazing. I feel like the light is too strong. And also too yellow. I don't know why the forest doesn't... It looks like it's super risen up here. There, it looks like it's broken. I mean, I used to do this. I used to just have like some foreground stuff, just like a shadow. I used to just do this. But I feel like that's probably now it's like a little too, I mean, it's not how I would do it right now, but it's a little too much. Very strange. It just makes me uneasy that there's nothing there, but in the other games, maybe it didn't. It still makes me uneasy. It still makes me uneasy. I don't know why. I think Blasphemous doesn't do it. I think Blasphemous has doors, right? Or maybe I'm also wrong there too. That's so gosh dang pretty. Oh wait, no, it changed. How does this... Yeah, like that's a door. And then that's a door. What about between the zones? Doors? What about open areas? Look at that, nothing. You just go. Did they do a graphics pass on this since this video came out? So many of these assets look way worse than what I've taken screenshots of. I don't know what's going on. I've only got the first game. Like, these wooden planks look so much worse than I remember them. I don't know why. Yeah, they do have the god rays there. And then the god rays there as well. You see that? So they do it. I actually really like these god rays. They're like hand painted. They're so like beautiful. I don't think that's a bad... I think it's not about reality. It's just about there's something out there. So as long as you feel like, oh, there's something out there, I think it's okay. I really don't know how I feel about there being nothing, though, in some of these cases. I don't know. Alright, well, I mean, I guess if God Rays is the way to go, you just go God Rays. It is less work, which is something that I need. Maybe instead of doing this, I put a door in the tile set. But the tile set only goes behind the character. Hey, Yoga Jones. Working on doors at the moment in my tile set. Is 2.5D game less challenging to make than a 2D, artistically speaking? I think it's easier to make, but it might be harder to make stylistically clean. Let me just work on this for a second. I'm just going to try something here. Have doors been a design requirement for a while with your level design, or decided to introduce? The doors have been there for many years. They were just clearer waypoints for players, because I always felt like players would say, oh, I don't know, I wasn't sure if I could go that way. There's not much beyond that. It's just a clarity thing. They're there in the demo. I mean, like, if you've played the demo, they're in there. Well, that's the thing. If they're doing their job, you're not supposed to think about them. This is why game design on Twitch is sometimes a little bit of a mixed bag, because it's like, you guys, you know, as the players of the game, you're not really supposed to be... There's nothing that I am hoping to, like, get from your experience watching or even playing the game for this kind of stuff. It's kind of just like, hey, like, you know, this is just like an internal design problem that I have to think about as a developer. And the only, like, experience that I can draw on is, like, playtesting. So it's not something you can really armchair, you know? Not because you guys aren't imaginative or clever or anything like that. It's just like a separate kind of thing, I guess. So I was thinking maybe like some big bulky, like, blocks or something, like construction stuff in this case. And then I had like a signpost. A little arrow. I probably still need to put those in the game as interactive things, so I won't put that in here for sure. Like not as like an actual element, but you know, just like something, you know what I mean? Like something that's like a signpost to you as the player, like, hey, I'm coming up to the edge of a level. That's all it really is. It's not like, it doesn't have to be specifically a door. It just has to be something that communicates to you that like level's over. And if I want to go somewhere else, that's here. Yeah, just a signpost, a landmark. Maybe I'll do it more like this. Since the camera can't cross the boundary, I'll move the boundary. It should be about there. I was thinking of having like even like little like lanterns, like stone. You know, in like Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, they have those like, they're not cairns, but they're like stacked stone or like stone lamps and stuff. I do have a tutorial video on UI. Well, the levels are, you can always get through the level. I wouldn't change the gameplay, just for the door. If there is an actual exit condition, sometimes they are locked, but in that case I would have an actual door. the heck? No, what am I doing? I'm just gonna leave these here for now, but I don't know. I feel like I'm not inspired. I need to do some research maybe on like what kinds of things I could put. In real life, what do people put at the edge of a level? Maybe it's like, you know, I'm thinking about here in Australia, we have like at the edge of like a street that backs onto a reserve, traffic lights. At the edge of a street that backs onto a reserve, we will have like these wagons, trailers that are there for the like fire brigade. In areas that are high, like prone to bushfires, it's just like a thing that just stays there. It's just like a permanent fixture. So that if there is a call out or something, they have like just a set amount of supplies that they can get to, I guess. Oh, Penpal. Oh, Penpal. Oh, thanks, Alka. Thank you so much. Yeah, so just like little things that are like community things, you know, like, oh, like this is where they put their supplies. Or like oh, like yeah, like electricity boxes is another example of like a thing that maybe benches feel like an interactive thing to me. Like you sit there to save. That's a very Hollow Knight thing. It would need to be something that's not really interactable. I mean, maybe it's like supply boxes or something. Maybe you could just destroy them and get something out of them. But because they're like there to serve a function, I don't want to have them necessarily serve a different function. So something more like, I mean, even if it's just I don't want it to be too naturalistic, not just like a tree stump, but like, that's why I think like these little wooden signs are great. It just says, this goes somewhere, you know? Shouldn't there be something that foreshadows the next area and is relevant to the biome of the current level? Well, that's what we're doing right now. That's why we have the tile set here where we're drawing it. This is relevant to the biome. And we are trying to foreshadow the next level. But it's not necessarily going to be... I don't want to have level transition doors, necessarily. Well, it's just that there's a concern that I have that you need to then doubly link them. It's like, I need to do... If it's like a snow area that leads to a forest, it's like, well, I need to have a snow area that leads to a forest, and then like a forest area that leads to a snow area. And those are two different doors, because one of them is like snow on the ground and it's got trees on it, and the other one is like grass on the ground and it's got snow on the wall. You know what I mean? Like, unless they all just fade to black in terms of the in order to have a system, you need the foundation to be generic enough. And I'm just concerned that that's not worth doing. Yo, I need to take a quick break. I just need to hit to the bathroom. I'll be back in a little bit. Hey, this guy NZ. Hey, Mash Iron. Mashiron. I'm from Brazil, my English is not good, but I wanted to say, I think your job is pretty cool. I want to learn pixel art, game programming, and your YouTube videos have helped a lot. Thanks for watching. I do understand your English. It's pretty good. Hey, Minima. Alright. I think it's more like what this stuff needs to be is like a road. Which I've got this kind of thing like dirt. But I think it needs to be more like a like in Kingdom. In Kingdom they have these at the edge of the level. Isn't that great? That tells you like, oh, when you see this, it means you're going somewhere. The place where you go is nearby. So I think some combination of that is probably right. But I can't be bothered to do this right now. I'm just not feeling it. I'm not going to force it. I'm just putting my foot down. My brain's not in it. My mouse has been so annoying all day. It's really, really bothering me. Maybe if I unplug it. Is it to do with my... Maybe it's literally my mouse. Ugh. It could be the radio, like the little receiver. Maybe if I plug it in by like by the wire. No, it's not the battery. It's just the software is being a bit weird. That's literally fine. Okay, well, that's... Oh, the confidence that you get when things work versus when they don't, especially something like that. It's like the same as when you're talking and you're hearing your own voice back at you. That's what I was feeling when I was trying to make the game with the mouse skipping all over the place. It's just like every... you know? Okay, we're back. This scene, man, it serves like no function. I don't want to skip it, but I might have to. Let's just skip it for now. Players aren't going to really understand the scenario though if I don't. Maybe I can do something interesting here. Let's be fun. Maybe I could put the elevator shaft here. Hi, Alan. Hola. Maybe we could make it go through the solid earth. That might be weird. I don't know. We can try. So, basically take this elevator and move it. I really liked this level. It was cute, but I think it's got to go. This is hard. It's tough. That's way too weird. And you definitely can't reach that. Maybe that though. It is fun to watch it just materialize, isn't it? It's kind of satisfying. No, it's too wide. I keep underestimating the distances. Pretty good. I think the issue I have is that this needs to feel kind of a bit more enclosed. I do have this thing called near background wall. I'm not sure if it fits this zone. It's not bad. You could do a zone camera that lives on the elevator. I have a video about run animations for characters that small. This one. There you go. Lucky you. The elevator should fit the shaft better. Yeah, maybe. I could make the shaft a bit narrower. I don't know if I could do it by 2 tiles though. Maybe 1 tile? I also don't really love the color of it, but you know, that camera is so good for this version. Look at the way it just kind of like, it just stops exactly where it needs to stop. But on the way down, it's too low. I wonder if I can do this. Take the elevator itself. Take a zone camera. Throw the zone camera on the elevator. Make the box precisely the size of the thing. So that when we're inside, and we only want to affect the y-axis. Well, that didn't seem to do anything, maybe because I didn't save it. And then the camera itself, maybe want it to be more like that. It's no good at all. Wait. Oh. The zone camera doesn't... Does it not stay on the camera? That's really annoying, isn't it? Well, I made that elevator before Hollow Knight came out, I think. Maybe. I might have made that in 2018. I think Hollow Knight came out by then. But it was really a Dark Souls thing. Alright. Transform.position. Or like parent. What? Virtual camera? Why does this not allow itself to have a parent? I don't know. Ah. The virtual camera manager. This thing. Now I know why that exists, but I don't want it to exist on this particular object. Can I just take it away? No. Okay, it works. But it's not very strong. Ah. It definitely is working. I just don't know why it's not. Is it? Maybe it's still not doing what I thought it was supposed to be doing. Where is this camera? There's the elevator. The camera's not there. It's been moved out. It's really annoying. There it is. So that's why, because it's not traveling with us. Active camera. Still no good, man. Come on. I know why, because I'm not compiling this code because I turned off hot reload. If I wanted to get your feedback on some menu UI, would it be better to redeem an art review or a game review? Do you need me to open up the game to review it? If not, then it's just an art review. If it's literally just the art you want me to see, and it's like a file, yay, there we go. Much better. Yay. It's a little upsetting that the camera has to do this. Maybe we have it only enable when it's moving. I didn't set it up. I didn't do any of the things that I was supposed to do just now. What? Oh, this is not a public class? What? I've never had to reference this before? That is new. That's the first time that's ever happened. I thought all classes that wanna behaviors had to be public. That's first time in 6 years. Man, it's so hot today. I don't think we're going to be able to run the whole stream. I'm really sorry, pals. I'm just feeling really like poo. All right, let's try this again. So, ah man, it still works. Hopefully when it goes into idle, it'll stop. Cool. Yeah, nice. So if I go in, nice. And then it should stop when we get to the top. Nice, that's way more smooth. Okay, so now it's just a matter of having it be disabled by default or setting state to idle. Oops. Oh, it literally does do that. True. Yay. Oh, that is just beautiful. Just beautiful. Well, all right. What was that all about? What are you doing? Camera, you're making me look bad. I think I know what it is. It's this script that I wrote. This virtual camera stack needs to not be on the main camera. I don't know how to make it stop. Make it stop. Yeah, I added it just now. Whoa! I can't stop singing. Wait, the water. I mean, that's from a month ago. Elevator. Maybe this way will be the way. Yay. We just need to make sure that the elevator is correct. Looks pretty good. Yep. I didn't delete your message. I don't think so. Unless one of my mods did, but then I didn't see the message if that's the case. I'm not sure what the message was. Maybe Lazy Guru can tell me. Okay. I should probably keep working on this scene. I wouldn't worry about it for now, Minima. Hey, Femble. How's it going? It is hot where I am. It is so hot. I don't feel good. Oh. I don't have an Omega fan. I just have a fan. But you know what? It's just like blowing hot air at me. I've got AC. I just haven't got it on. The power bill I got last month was insane. So I'm trying to be careful. But I think this is affecting my job, so maybe I'll turn it on. Donate today. We can solve streamer overheat. What? Huh? Huh? Why can't I bounce on the snake? That is the first time that's ever happened. Oh, Minima. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Actually, thank you so much. But I didn't do anything that would have touched. What the heck is happening? How is this possible? Did I lose you guys for a second? It doesn't say I have any drop frames. I don't know what that was. This is a box collider 2D called Bounce Trigger. Where is the bounce trigger? Where is the bounce trigger? Public box collider 2D bounce trigger. Underneath bounce height. Behavior. Bounce a bounce. Okay. Okay. Something's wrong. I don't think it's the snake. Where is the snake? It's there. Is that so wrong? I don't know. Is it because it's inside of... I'm so confused. Unless there was just an error that just spun it off or something, just made some problem happen. No errors here. Everything's good. Please. What the actual? Okay. Okay. Well. Well, those ones are fine. All right. So then I think I have an idea. Guys, I can't explain to you how tired I feel. I feel so garbage right now. I might need to go. Like it's painful to keep my eyes open. Like using my head hurts. I've been really struggling the last couple of days. It's bloody unfortunate. I don't know why. I just haven't been sleeping well. I've been trying. I feel so bad about it. I know I'm not supposed to. I even said at the top of the stream that I wouldn't. But it's so hard not to feel shitty about like not being able to just show up for work properly. I used to feel this way when I went to work, when I used to do like full-time work. It was so crappy to have to go in and just stare at the screen and feel like my body is just like not, like it's just not going to cooperate for the whole day. What the fuck is wrong with this little guy? Why can't he work? I have to, that is so bad that that doesn't work. And I don't know what it is. I also wanted to design the rest of this game. I think I'm going to have the sword come across the screen. If he's there, I'm going to be so mad. Okay, he's not there. I should be able to bounce on him. Why can't... Why? What's wrong, dude? Is it the way that I'm instantiating him? Like, because he's not being enabled straight away? If I drag this one in, what happens? He's fine. And it takes damage. Oh, man. Sorry, pals. It's just really... My head's really not okay. Alright. God, that sucks. I really wanted to make this available for you guys to play today. That was the agenda. Do I have to wait another weekend? Alright. Sorry, pals. I hope you had fun today. I really wish I could have done more. But I can't. Maybe I'll just stay. Maybe I'll just close my eyes. I won't sleep. I'm just gonna rest my eyes for a bit and we can chat. How about that? I just won't work. I can still be here. You can see my bare knees. Hey, you're not paying for that. We'll have to make it sub only for that. We'll just stay for a little bit. High def knees. Is that against TOS? Am I allowed to have my knees up? Ah! Okay. Hey Evan. I'll dip it in my savings. Did you just get here? Is it my turn to be embarrassed on stream? Oh man, I'm so tired. It hurts. Like the back of my brain, it feels like there's like all the muscles at the back of my head are pulling. They're like pulling. And like here, it's so sore. Holy Moses. Oh. Too much looking at screens, you know? My wife looked at my eyes last night. She's like, your eyes are so bloodshot, dude. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just working. So, I finished the first Earthsea book. Has anyone seen, has anyone seen the movie Tales from Earthsea? That's what got me into the books. And so I started reading A Wizard of Earthsea. And honestly, it was so refreshing. I was so, like, not expecting it to be so up my alley. But also, like, so original. Her voice, Ursula Le Guin's voice, is very, it's so fresh because she wrote, I didn't realize she wrote that book so long ago. It's like 60 years old, that book now. So it came out at a time when like there wasn't that much young adult fantasy. Like it's fantasy and you can tell, you know, when Tolkien wrote Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, you can tell that like he had a huge influence on basically everybody after that. But you can tell that the more time went on, that influence became... It sort of guided fantasy in a very specific way. And I think Ursula Le Guin's... I think Earthsea happened so not that long after Lord of the Rings, that her vision for the world that she painted, it's got a lot of the trappings of Tolkien fantasy. It's got the map at the beginning of the book, and it's got languages, and it's got all this stuff, wizards and all that. But it's also just just different, just a different philosophy. It's still a hero's journey, all of that stuff. But oh, it's really cool. So, I mean, for those of you who don't know anything about it, it's about a continent or like an island cluster, archipelago. I don't know what you call it. That's like it's like the whole continent is islands, and there are bigger islands in the middle, and there are like mostly they get smaller as you go out, and then there are some clusters in the north, south, east, and west that are a bit more like chunky. And the main character is just some boy from one of the farming islands off in the middle of nowhere. And in this world, like, magic is pretty common. And wizards are pretty common. And even like random like women in the village or whatever can do like magic, but it's like super low stakes magic, mostly like little charms and stuff. Anyway, in this world, the most powerful thing somebody can have over somebody else is their name. Like all of magic is about naming things. And if you know something's true name, everyone has like a name that they use in general, and then like a true name. If you know someone's true name, you can basically control them. And there's also this like equilibrium thing. I mean, it's very common in fantasy for this to be the case, but like with magic, you basically can't do magic unless you have to upset the balance in order to do magic. So like anything that you do that's not an illusion costs something terrible, basically. Like if you want to like bring someone back from the dead or something, like it's not impossible, but like you will create something horrible in the meantime. And that's kind of what happens. This guy gets picked up as like an apprentice, and he goes to this place, and he has a rival, and the rival dares him to do something, and he does it. And then he creates... Have you guys seen the movie It Follows? It basically becomes It Follows. The rest of the book is It Follows. Which is super interesting. I love that concept, and I've never seen it done in fantasy before. So I don't want to spoil too much, but I guess what I liked about the book was the first one's quite short, and it had a way of speaking to the reader, like the lessons that it was teaching and the way it unfolded the world was very natural. Most of the scenes are just scenes of the guy going through a town. Probably like 80% of this book is the main character, Sparrowhawk, just going through towns, just meeting people and having interactions with people that are strangers as he goes on his pilgrimage to do what he's doing. And but in that, you're learning so much about the world. See you, Twisted Family. You're learning so much about the world and about the magic system and about like who this character is and the stakes, and it's sort of like I was very happy to take on to like read the book on the terms that it presented itself. I've got the Name of the Wind. That's Patrick Rothfuss, right? Do you know there was something immediately distasteful about his writing that I don't know why I feel this way, but he writes like someone who runs a D&D campaign. He writes like a DM, and it really put me off. I don't know why it did, but it did. I think it might be that Quoth is like being the narrator. He's like I don't know if he's like an unreliable narrator, but it's kind of like the braggadocious way that he kind of explains things. But even like, I don't know. I didn't get very far into it. I only got like 3 or 4 chapters in, I think. There was something just, I think, about like the taverns, and like he goes into the tavern and he does this, and it just, I don't know, it just felt, I know that's crazy, to say that, but there's just something about his writing that just made me feel like I was reading about a D&D campaign. I don't know. Even like when he talks about his childhood as like a performer or whatever, like that's so one of the, like the rogue class, one of the starting upbringings of a rogue class is like, you were in a traveling band, you know what I mean? Or like the bard or something like that. It's just something about it just felt very D&D. So I don't know. Maybe I should give it a second chance. I've been meaning to go back to it. I've had like 2 or 3 books that I started and didn't get quite through. The other one that I started, which is, I want to get back to it. There's something that I like about it, but I haven't been able to really like sink my teeth into it yet, is The Lies of Loch Lamore. Has anybody read that? I thought it was like, so far it's kind of interesting. Like the writing style is good and the world building's pretty good too. Ursula Le Guin, it's very accessible. The Wizard of Earthsea is only like, I don't even know if it's 100 pages. It's like, it's pretty mild. It's like 10 chapters. But I just like the world building that she does. She has such a good understanding of seafaring. There's so much shipcraft in Earthsea. Like there's just like all these terms that I've only just heard once, maybe twice in my life, like talking about the different, I don't know, like there are different ships and there are people, like there are some that they row and they row in shifts, and you know, like the it's not like the parts, that's not like port side or starboard. It's not like that. It's more like the way, oh, what was one of the words? The ship was built, what did they call it? Something style? A word that I just didn't understand. It's like cakey? No. What? Yeah. It basically meant that there was some overlapping element as to how the planks were fastened to each other or something. Like I don't know. And I was just like, I did never. How does she know about this stuff? I don't know about any of this stuff. Other things like how the mast was fixed to the boat itself. I don't know what that's called. The thing that you fix the mast onto. Not imbricated. I never heard that word either. It was a short word that I think started with C. Maybe I don't know. Let me find it. Starting to feel a little bit better. Some combination of the aircon and laying back for a bit and not looking at the screen. I think my headache's kind of subsiding a little bit. Let me find you this thing. It's a nice, this is a really nice edition. I love this. It's so pretty. It's got all the books in it, and it's got illustrations between the books. What's the name of this? What is the word? I think I'm gonna find it. Shipware and charms. Clinker built. Clinker built. Have you heard of clinker? I mean, it's clinkers. It's literally the word clinkers. Clinker built. I knew it was a weird word. That's my chocolate. It was made out of chocolate. Maybe that's why it didn't float. Clinker built. Have you ever heard of that before? Is it made up? Who knows what? I've never heard of this. Clinker built, also known as lapstrake, is a method of boat building in which the edges of hulls overlap each other where necessary large craft. This is a clinker built longship. It's very impressive. Like, I never heard of half of these terms. Somebody did say clinkers. Okay, what color? Masterful? Yo, monkey, what color? Hello? Already said. I can't see. He said pink. When did he say pink? I didn't see that at all. That's weird. What? I didn't get that in chat at all. I didn't get any message. Wow, that's terrible. Am I missing some stuff? Okay. Yellow. Sorry, buddy. That is so weird. Why didn't I see it? I'm looking at the chat log. It's not there. Maybe it'll be in the other chat log. Oh, I see you've said it in, you said always. But that's in, oh man, do you know what that means? That means that restreams chat. This happened yesterday too. Somebody said, I don't know if you saw my last message. And I was like, you didn't send a message. And they said, I'll just post it again. Restreams chat is not good. That's really bad. That's really unfortunate. Restreams chat skips messages sometimes. Yeah, dude. This book is so sick. Also, look at this logo. Look at this. Check this out. I saw this logo and I was like, oh shit. Like, this is such an influence on my Insignia. Look at this logo. This one here, just the title logo, not the symbol down the bottom, but just that, the way that the E turns into the water. And just like how organic and like hand drawn it feels. All the shapes. It really feels like I don't know, something about it just got me. Even like the little bits on the there are color illustrations between the actual books. It's got 6 books in it. They had like an E, like that, And then this was like a drop of water. The A was like this. And then like that was just like a little, oh, it's so cool. Okay, Stitch asked a question. Sorry, don't want to miss out. My color theory skills aren't that good and I'm having trouble with adding color variation to a certain artwork. Any tips? You'll have to redeem a review, I think. It's a bit too vague. How do I sign up for an art review? Hey, Minima. This is something that... Okay. This is an unfortunate limitation of YouTube at the moment. We don't currently have channel points for YouTube viewers. And I am still not 100% on whether or not we should continue streaming on YouTube. Hey, Arya. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you. 25 months in a row. My man. So we're in a bit of a conundrum with YouTube. And I hate to say this because I like the platform, but YouTube has been causing problems for me since I started streaming on it. I don't know if everyone here is watching knows about this, but like a lot of my subscribers on YouTube unsubscribe when they see the YouTube thumbs for the stream. So if it shows up in their feed, they don't like it and they unsubscribe. That's the first thing. And the amount of unsubscribe events that happen, it's consistent. Every time I stream, I lose like X amount of subscribers. It's not a crazy amount. It's not like I have a negative subscriber growth rate, but it's like definitely less than what it was by maybe like 50 subs a day. Which is pretty, you know, it's not nothing. It's maybe like a quarter or a third of my growth. It just drops. So people also subscribe, but not as many as who unsubscribe. That's the first thing. Second thing is we have not been able to get ads going on YouTube live streams. So those videos make no ad revenue when they're live, and they've been getting copyright flagged every single video. So they also don't make money after as VODs because of dumb copyright issues that shouldn't be a problem because I've got Pretzel, but Pretzel, for whatever reason, they have the licenses, but the automated systems that do the licensing still flag the videos first, and then they still do rev share, and then by the time the videos are I've got all their views, it's too late. Like, people won't watch an old video. Anyway, so the YouTube live streams are really only good as an archive at this point, and for those of you who like to watch on YouTube. But the additional nail in the coffin is that fewer and fewer people are watching on YouTube. Right now, if I compare the two, I think YouTube's got 60 odd people, 50 odd people. I can't see it. I have to tally them. 47 says 49 says restream. So 51. So when we started streaming, it was 150. So it was like equal. Yeah. So it feels like the YouTube audience and the YouTube platform are just not, it's just, I don't know. I'm feeling like it's just not ready, or it's just not worth it. I hate saying that because I know that the people who've been watching for the past little while have enjoyed watching it on YouTube, but the biggest thing is that it actually makes it a lot harder to moderate and harder to run the stream. So for example, the art review, you know, having two separate chat feeds, having two separate reward systems. We don't have subs yet on YouTube. I decided not to put them in because I wasn't sure whether this was going to happen. You know, whether we would have a solid viewer base, and so I didn't want to have like memberships yet, which I think was a good choice, because now that I'm having this conversation with you guys, I hope you can understand that, like, you know, maybe it's time we don't do this regularly anymore. Now is probably a good time because it's Friday. Maybe we just stick to Twitch from now on. It's not you, Tube, it's me. Yeah, I don't know. I am terrible at breakups. I am. My girlfriend before my wife, we had to break up twice. And I definitely I didn't do a great job of letting go that person that I met that one time who was interested in me before I met my wife. It didn't stick. I know. My ex before I met my wife, the person who I was in a long-term relationship from like 2012 to like 2016. She and I broke up once in October 2015 and then again in 2016. Was it? Yeah, we broke up in October 2015 and then in 2017. So it lasted like another year after we broke up the first time. And we were apart for like a month. It was like 30 days. It just sort of like, it was just the unfortunate scenario of like, you break up with someone over like a fight that was very, very similar to all the other fights you'd been having, but you just like was fed up of it. And then nobody interesting comes to rebound off to. And then they're just like, so you want to get back together? And you're like, all right, it'll be different, I swear. It wasn't. So yeah, I ended up breaking up with them a second time. I'm not looking at Twitch, so I won't join the stream anymore because I know you are streaming. It's a common thing, but by the way, streamers stream on YouTube, so people go to Twitch from YouTube. That's interesting. She thought you'll finish the game earlier. I hadn't started the game when I met her. I only was just designing the game. Oh, thanks, Lazy. Hey, Minima. We're ready. We can check out your art. Have you got a link you can post for us to look at? Oh, and thank you so much for the subscription. Oh, and the follow. Thank you so much, Minima. That's really kind of you. Thanks for jumping ship for us. Thank you so much. That's awesome. So yeah, I don't know. I'll discuss this with the mods over the weekend, and then I'll make an announcement sooner than later if we will choose to cancel it. But yeah, it's been frustrating, definitely. And if anything, honestly, I think that, so I was noticing basically this was happening. Subscriber rates were like this. Over October, but you can't see that. Subscriber rates were like this over October, so pretty good, you know, above the average. And then I started streaming and they went like this, where like each of these is like a week. And at the same time, there were some, you know, positive subscriptions happening around this time, inversely to this. So it was like, you know, but then the thing is, so, at the beginning, unsub events were outweighing subscription events. So it was like This is like, you're actually going to lose subs. So that was happening at first. And then it sort of died down. But I think that this gap, so this being like the two waves are unsubs versus subs. This evening out happened in such a way that I think can be explained mostly just by the viewer counts going down. You know, like I just think because fewer people were watching and the videos weren't being recommended to as many people, fewer people were unsubbing. So I don't know. I think that's what's happened. Which is fine. I mean, look, I'm not the kind of guy who is a streamer first. So, and I don't have a giant audience that I can just bring over to YouTube from Twitch. It's not like we canceled one and would a YouTube VOD channel negate that? Look. The thing is, I just don't think that a YouTube VOD channel does anything for us. If we streamed privately to YouTube and then posted the VODs on the channel, I don't know what we get for that. I don't know who that benefits. Which is weird. Hi, are you from the UK? I'm not from the UK, I'm from Australia. Twitch has a copy to YouTube feature. Well, there, even better. And then we won't need restream. Unless we want to start streaming on like Kick and TikTok. I actually would stream on TikTok. That I totally could do. And I think would be fine. We wouldn't even have to moderate there, to be honest. And I don't have a following there that would stop following. Like, the only reason all of the platforms are like a benefit if I stream on them just because more visibility, except YouTube, where I have more to lose than I have to gain, which is weird. And having VODs up, I mean, maybe we have a VOD channel, maybe the videos do okay, you know, but I'd have to build an audience there separately from here. Like Randy does that, Randall. So he's got, I think he's got a couple of channels. How do you see them? Community? Where is his other stuff? I know he's got another channel. Do people watch the VODs on YouTube now? Kind of. But I can't really, not really. If you look at the VODs on the stream, they get, you know, 3K views. 2 to 3K views. But I think that's just the audience who's viewing right now. I don't think that that's actually people watching the VODs. Yeah. Yeah. Look, I'd be happy to post the full Ludum Dare VODs. That I could do. Happy to do that. But this kind of stuff, I mean, look how many videos we've got. But like, what does this amount to? Other than like a lot more views, I don't think those views go anywhere. I don't think the algorithm likes it either. I think the algorithm kind of thinks that like, oh, you're a 2K viewer channel. So, yeah, I don't know. There are people for sure who do watch the VODs only. There are people who exclusively watch these VODs. They don't watch the stream. But, I don't know. Hey, Lazy Guru, I think Minima, are they still here? Have they responded to anybody? Maybe we can do that another day. If they're here later. I'm gonna refund you your points. So I'm definitely not from the UK. I'm definitely from Australia. 400k, Jesus. That's 10 times more than Warhammer. Yeah. Look, we've still got VODs on Twitch. That's the thing. You can always watch the VODs for like 2 months after they're out. It's not like they're not available online to watch. Like, they're here. You can still watch them. Well, this is the thing. I mean, if people were watching, there wouldn't be an issue, you know? But I just don't think people are watching, and I just don't know what it's going to take to get to that point. And I don't know if long term, I mean, it's been 2 months now. I don't know if long term it's going to go like this, or if it's just going to go like this. But I don't have any reason to believe that it's going to go like this. Oh, hey, Minima. Did you want to share your art with us? We can have a look. If you share a link. You got to spend viewers to make viewers. You don't have to do that. That's not what they say. I'm pretty sure they don't say that. I just wanted to see which character you like. Yeah, send us a link. We'll have a look. Yeah. It's, you know, it's just one of those things. So I might just leave it for now. I've also been a little bit about the response to my first YouTube tutorial for Unity. That's another one that I'm kind of just feeling like, oh, that was underwhelming. I don't know if it's the YouTube algorithm hating me because of the streams. That's the thing I'm kind of scared of. Because it did not get the same kind of response or impressions. And it might, there are two kind of takeaways. Not that, I don't know if you guys are even interested in any of this stuff, but I guess maybe it is as like the inside look into the life of a YouTuber or whatever. But while we're waiting on the art review to come in. Yeah, like, I think there's a couple of different things. One is this, just that the YouTube algorithm's being shitty with me. And it just doesn't like when I'm streaming because it's starting to think, oh, people don't like this content, so like we won't promote his content as much. Or it's that my audience is actually now made up of a very clear split of viewership, where like one chunk is very much only interested in pixel art tutorials, and then a much smaller chunk, maybe a third of that, would probably watch, you know, Unity content, and then a much bigger portion, which isn't a regular viewership but just like potential viewers, will watch if I do some sort of like news or like some drama thing. Yeah. So I don't know. Oh, this is cute. Did you do the backgrounds, or are you just drawing the characters over the characters just like as a template? Because that background looks sick. Looks so good. Great tiles. But you want my thoughts on the characters? They did the background. Nice. It's really nice. Really good. Okay. So I think for me, hands down, like no question, this is my favorite silhouette. But I don't like the colors on this background. This silhouette to me is like love, 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 love. I think it's amazing. Like the big kind of like cloak shawl thing is really sick. This one I'm not into. Everyone does this. I just don't care about it at all. I'm so tired of looking at games that look like this. This and this just feel a little messy for me, but this feels like confident, clean. This is the only character you didn't do? I'm sorry. I don't know what to say other than that's my opinion. I like this style more. I just think it's more confident to have the flatter shapes. I think the animation will be much easier to do. I think that the body, it reminds me of Sky. These kinds of silhouettes with like the kind of like, it's almost like a poncho kind of look. Yeah, for sure. Basically, just go easy on your lighting. Be more considerate about because I think lighting's okay as well. It's fine to have like 2 layers if you want. Hang on, I'm gonna turn this this fan off because it's blowing cold air in my face now and I'm getting a bit. Starting to get a headache from the other direction. All right, I'm feeling a lot better now, by the way, guys. I think a second wind is kicking in. I think if you're going to do a character like that, right? So you've got your like, we can even try to mirror this. What? Where is my symmetry options? What? Okay. It's very kind of like Studio Ghibli, you know, something about it. So if I was going to shade this, I might just shade... I mean, this is very Ashitaka. This is literally Studio Ghibli. How do they do it? Oh, I see. Like here, I would just go really simple with the shading. Oh. I'm not sure how I would do the shoes for this. They put them as brown on black. Okay, let's go that direction. But, oh, I see. They've got kind of like a shadow over them. That's interesting too. See how like, now, I don't know. For me, this is becoming a bit of a preference thing where I just kind of like the simpler shapes, simpler shades. So even like adding another shade on top of this, like maybe for the shoulders or something, is something that these days I might not even bother with. But it might be cool. I mean, if you can do something like this, where you're just showing the very hem of it kind of thing, tilting back up. Like maybe you can get away with it. But even then, like I don't know if it's worth it. Then of course you'd have to do this. I don't know. Thank you, Minima. So for this, I might even go down a shade. I use these colors all the time though, so it's getting a little bit repetitive for me. Maybe we try to just simplify again. I guess for me, like, and then everybody would do this. I think even what's his name? Tessellator's game would probably have a character with a sword now. I think that's how his character looks, right? It's like a poncho, but they've got a ponytail, maybe? Give him a little sword. Give a character a sword. You got a game. I don't know. But yeah, I think like super simple shading. I don't go too far with it. Like, just think about volumes. That's my approach. But at the same time, like looking at the work that you've got, like I would say here, there's probably just a little too much detail. And then I don't mind the fasten, the little element. I think that's cool too. You can totally bring that in, but try to do it in a way that's a little bit more, maybe something like that. There's just like a confidence that I want to see you build with doing less. Can I paste it in? I'm not sure if the colors will work, but let's grab the picture and paste it into A-Sprite. How big are these pixels? We got 1, 2, 3 pixels per pixel. Can I just shrink it? Kind of. The lighting screwed it up, but we game jamming. No, we're not. We're not making a game. Huh. Oh, obviously that's not going to work. I'm trying here. I'm trying. Anyway, yeah, that's kind of the way I would do it. But, you know, you've got a style here. You're doing a lot of highlights and specular. So, you know, maybe if you really wanted to, you could probably add, you know, your this and this and this if you really want. Just to kind of make it feel the same as what you've already got. Thanks, Pen Paul. Obviously I made the cape red, but you can make it any color you like. My colors might not be a good fit for your palette, though. Did I get that wrong? Oh yeah, I did them wrong. Hang on. This color, this color, this color, with this color behind it. And then maybe you want to make them a bit lighter. Not for any reasons other than for visibility and contrast. But I kind of liked it. I kind of liked it the way it was. The game is a multiplayer dungeon extraction with friends. It's going to be fun, scary. I love the character you're making. It's such a unique look. Still very new to pixel art, coming from 3D for 4 years. Yeah. So, you know, you've got different opportunities here to do different kinds of stuff. I think your goal with pixel art, it should always be to be very selective about your details. That's what I liked about this one to begin with, and what I think this lacks a little bit. It's about understanding, like, okay, what do I absolutely need, and how do I express in very few decisions clear ideas. So, you know, the little pin thing there, like, there are just very subtle things that kind of make this feel like this is going down into that, you know, and then that this fastens across. And you don't have to do any more than that. Like, you don't have to draw this line going all the way down. You can just keep it the way that it is, you know? Sometimes even having this little, like, having the gap not be there, it almost feels like, I don't know, it's like more confident without it. You can kind of like fill in the gaps with your brain. And I think that's that implicit kind of nature, that helps a lot. Also, then, just like what I liked about this was the perspective was nice. Like, it felt a lot more in in world. Like we can see the top of the head a lot more than anything else. This one's not bad. I liked the pants for this, just like the way they ballooned out like this. It's just kind of cool. This one was a bit more sticky, you know? So yeah, I mean, like even these shoulders, like, you know, maybe you'd have them, maybe that's a little more, feels a little more top down. Right now we're kind of more front on with a lot of these designs. Yo man, I should make a top down action game next jam. That'd be sick. I probably shouldn't, but I could, but I won't. Hyperlight Drifter. We'll make Hyperlight Drifter next Ludum Dare. Okay, there you go. That's my feedback. Love the levels, by the way. The level looks great. All right, pals. I think I'm done for the day. I'm trying not to get down about it. Maybe I'll put the feed up again and we'll just chat for a bit more. I don't know. If you like that sort of thing, I don't know if you. I just can't keep my focus much longer. It kind of hurts to keep my face in a shape that looks like I'm awake. Like, it hurts to like not look tired on stream. So if my face like suddenly becomes like an old man's, that's my real face. Possible to open games downloaded in Steam on Unreal Engine? No, I don't think so. That seems like a breach of copyright or something. There are tools you can do to unpack, tools you can use to unpack games, but they're not very accessible. Hey, Silly Adventures. Thank you for watching. I'm not sure if I'll be streaming on YouTube much longer, but you can always come and watch us on Twitch. Oh. Man. Maybe it'd be worth talking briefly about the rest of the time I have for the demo. Strategy does not sound like the thing I want to do right now, but I probably should have a stab at it. Because we're quickly running out of days. Hey, Minima Studios, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you. You really don't have to do... I don't know why you can't chat. Are you getting a message that says that you can't? Thank you so much for the 10. But yeah, like what's happening? Like, is it just not going through at all, or... We don't have any blocks or anything like that. That's never happened before, as far as I know, on stream. Yeah, they couldn't seem to chat on either platform. Which seems unwilling to budge. But what's the reasoning why you can't post? Do you know? Or is it just, you're just pressing enter and nothing happens? Is the text box just like clearing when you type enter? Or is it staying there and just not doing anything? Or is it giving you an explicit error? Not compliant with our content guidelines? That's crazy. I've never heard of that. Well, I hope that doesn't persist. Otherwise, join us on Discord and let me know next time. They try to type Power World every message. Hey, James. Hi, I'm Ramon. I watch and learn from you, and it's fun to watch your game dev journey. Thank you so much, Ramon. Ramon Juice. Is there anything specific that we're looking at, James? On the Instagram? Not particularly? Okay. I know, right? It's a little bit of a plug. Can we maybe if there's some constructive criticism that we need specifically, I could be more, more comfortable giving that, but we do have a Discord showcase and we do have a promote your stuff channel on Discord as well. Okay. I'm stuck in an ad. So are we. People have done this before though with no issue. I'm just kidding. This is cool. That's interesting. I'd love to hear a bit more about your intent with some of these works. You know? Then I could give some critical feedback. I like the anatomy studies. I think that's always a good thing. Lazy guru. I like the face studies too. It's cool. I love doing this kind of thing. I wonder what this beast would be carrying. Is it like are they like a beast of like, is it a transport thing? Hey James, let's talk about this piece. Do you want to tell me a little bit about it? A sturdy golem being used to transport nobles. Carrier shrine, part of my world. Ashen regal. Cool. So it's made of stone. Cool, I can give feedback on that. Have you considered putting a bit more texture into his, like, into his body to make it feel like he's made more out of stone? Right now I'm getting kind of like leathery skin, like a rhinoceros. Hola, Diego Dev. How's it going? Yeah, maybe I can... I don't know if you want me to do any kind of a paint over, but could do something here. So for sure, this is mostly just about like contrast in the shapes, just creating more structure and edge. So like, you know, we just want to see these light values be a bit more blocky. So that they're more like facets, less smooth. And then not sure how like many boulders make up this guy. But I feel like, you know, going in this direction gives us a bit more of a clear idea about how his body kind of works. We could even add some like more craggy stuff around where like the parts kind of intersect. Might need to use my round brush for this. Is this gonna work? Nope. I'm stuck. Just more rigid angles, basically. Especially under here. Maybe even some harsher shadows. And then if you want this to feel like that Neek is coming forward, you can brighten up this part. But also sort of come closer like this. Consider another thing is the perspective here on these lines. So right now, this is going straight across. And I don't know if this is because like maybe this is a different pose to this, but if they're the same pose, look at the way that this, look at how flat that is to the eye, right? You could barely see it. It's barely visible. Whereas here, we're looking at it as if it's facing us. So the ribbon, it's not like this, right? With the runes, it's more like this. So with that in mind, you know, maybe the arms really are a lot more forward over the body. And then maybe it's more like, you know, more like that. And maybe like the whole, like everything you've got going on here is a lot more like, I guess, hunched. Sorry, I'm making a bit of a mess of this. I feel like this is reading a bit more like Gollum than what you had. Obviously, you can still come up under here. I suppose you don't necessarily want this to be lighter. But just more, you know, where you would be casting a shadow. Everything that's from here down would cast a shadow on everything that's under here. That's the idea. So, you know, really, like you could just fully make this darker. And then you could do a bit more here. I think perspective wise too, looking at this thing here, you kind of got it looking like this. I think it's a good idea to think about what you've got going on here and just think about it in terms of like geometric shapes. So what have we got? We've got cylinders coming towards us. Right, so they have to do that. That's this part here. And then they're going away from us. When a cylinder is pointed so that it's moving away from us, it rounds like this. So then this shape needs to come down like that. And then obviously you've got the big belly coming over the top or whatever. So like, but that's how you achieve that effect that you're looking for. And then it looks like they've got some toes, so you can also, you know, throw your toes in or whatever. In this case, we probably don't have as aggressive. So this, to me, I don't know where the depth is, right? Because it's all just flat. So when you're drawing, I know that you've got your sketch going on, and I think that's cool to start with a sketch. But as soon as you go from you know, you've got your circle, you got your big guy here, you got some arms, big chunky arms, you know, and then you got a bit of a belly, and then you got your legs. Once you're at this point here, start thinking about geometry. Start thinking about like what picks up the light. So like this is going to pick up the most light. You know, maybe we have a bit of a whatever. So lots of light here. Let me just go into another layer. So sorry, one sec. Cool. So like lots of brightness up here, less brightness around here, much less down here. That's your basic approach. So you get a chance to sort of start setting up these basic shapes without having to go too deep into it. You're not putting all this time into like the smoothing of the colors or whatever, just to get something in there, just to have an understanding at some level of like, what is this? Where is the light touching? I think that's super important. Once you get that down, it becomes a lot easier to then think about that at different scales, like at different levels. So you can, you know, you can come over here and you can say, okay, what's happening here? Maybe there's a bit of a shadow being cast by the sleeve, like by the shoulder piece here. Maybe there's like a bit of a highlight right on the edge of the rock. You know, oh, that's the wrong color. I'm mixing now. You know, and you can start plotting some of these highlights, these little specular bits around.
You know, you can start adding detail to the rock, giving it more shapes and more ideas. But once you've put it in place, it'll never be wrong because you validated it at that big blocky level. You can now start coming in and getting closer to it without worrying about whether, you know, whether it's right or wrong foundationally, because it will be right. So maybe for me, it would be like, okay, what do I need to do here to make sure that this feels like what I want it to feel like? Yeah, maybe like this is sort of more under, and then there's like another piece here. And maybe this is like also coming forward. You know, you can start thinking about it that way. You know, what do these boulders look like? And maybe before you even get to this stage, you put time into like, what kind of boulders are these? What kind of stone is this? You know, where did they quarry this stone from? Or is this a special kind of rock? Like what makes this thing, you know, is it sedimentary rock? Is it layered? Is it igneous rock? Was he forged in a volcano? And then you can look and research what those rocks look like and then start applying some of those lessons from the research into the shapes. Like here, I'm just kind of making stuff up, so I don't really know where this is going. But yeah. Should make this like way further down. Cool. I'm not an expert, obviously, but that's just kind of like, those are my tips. Thanks for sharing. Hey Stitch, work in progress. As I mentioned before, I have trouble with adding more colors. I want to add some patches of grass to the cliff, possibly savanna-like, but I can't get colors to work. Also, there's going to be 4 small characters. Wow. There's a lot happening here. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. This texture here, is this water? What are we looking at here? So that's water. But right now, what are we looking from above? Are we looking out across the water? So a couple things. The title screen from Sea of Stars. This. Okay. I think I see what we're trying to do here. So what you're trying to do is we have our mountain We have our horizon. And we have our town on the horizon. But because it's a top-down game, the stuff on the mountain is very, it feels a lot steeper. This is a thing that I don't know if it started with Chrono Trigger, but they do it a lot in Chrono Trigger, where they're trying to mix 2D and like top down and side on. I think in Sea of Stars, it's like the trick, the perspective doesn't work, but the image overall is pretty enough that it doesn't bother too much. It doesn't bother me that much. But I personally don't think that this water texture is right for this. So like in reality, what you would draw if you had like the moon. And I really need to, hang on a second. I've got to get my Windows ink back. That's better. Okay. So you got your moon. Or whatever. Oh, for you it's the sun setting. And you want to show the sun kind of like spreading out over the water. Hey Phoenix, how's it going? Let's take the Sea of Stars intro as well. So what I would do, the first thing I do is I think about this as like the waves are basically flat like this. They're lines. The texture, if the waves that you've got are like this, if that's like a rectangle, that's a texture of waves. Right now, it looks like you've taken that texture and you've pasted it on, and then like you've duplicated it a bunch of times. What I would do, if I was drawing this not in pixel art, is I would take that texture and I would flatten it way out. Because in 3D, that texture's facing up. That texture's facing this way. So I would be looking at this stuff like this. Right, like way flatter. Which down here will look something like this. That's way more perspective accurate than this. I'm sure this animates really nicely and looks really good in the game. But I think the version that we're seeing here, it's like it's even more facing us than the Sea of Stars version. So I would just be really careful of that. That's the first thing. Another example, or another like aspect of this that's really important, is look at how subtle these colors are. Like this color versus this color versus this color and this color and that color. They're all pretty close together. In your case, these colors are like super high contrast. It's really loud. So if we're doing like, let me just check something really quickly. Yeah, like there's a color that's this one. And then there's this color. And then there's this color. And then there's this. And then this. And that's not including this. And then this. and then this. Like, look at how many colors we've got just for the ocean. And the reason why the having there being so many colors is important is it means that the texture is less loud. That's the whole point of all of this. So it's almost like if I took your drawing and I took this red and I made a new thing and made it like this opaque. If I just did this, that's like, look at how much closer they are now in terms of their contrast. Whereas that is, oh man, that's super loud. That's basically nothing. Personally, I'm not a fan of the dithering. That's just a personal preference. This is not my thing. Because it makes it very hard to. So the biggest problem that you have, I would say, is the signal to noise ratio is like way off. What that means is there are a lot of objects in this scene, right? There are a lot of dots that feel like they are trying to catch our attention, right? These are closed shapes. So a closed shape is this like a circle or something like this. That's a closed shape. Why is that? Oh, because I made this. Yeah, a closed shape is either a dot or like a line that connects back to itself. An open shape is more like a region that, you know, kind of doesn't really have like a beginning and an end that's obvious. So like this is very open, right? Because I can imagine like a little ant walking across this surface. I would have a really easy time walking across that. Whereas like this, it's like every dot is a new thing. And also I would say you've got like colors here where like this space here is probably supposed to be like this color here is probably right now you've got like this color and you've got this one and you've got the dark one all in the same space, right? But yeah, all three of those. But really, some of the time, this should probably even out to just be this color. Like a lot of this should probably just be that. And a lot of this should probably just be that. And then this, you know, by maybe here should just be this color. So there's an opportunity here to be way less distracting, but I think because we're stuck on simple palettes, Sea of Stars does not use a simple palette. Sea of Stars uses lots of procedural lighting, very, very, very tight increments between colors, so basically no palette. That's how they're able to get away with this kind of subtlety. Also, look at in the dithering on Sea of Stars. Look at where the dithering is. It's just here, and it's just there, and it's just there, and then it's empty space. So the dithering is just to blend things, right? Same thing over here. It's like lots of open shape, and the closed shape is just to sort of provide that half tone. I think that's what they call it. It's like a posterization thing. It's just there to transition between two open spaces. It's not the entire sky being, you know, ... Finally, I think a lot of what we're seeing here should probably just be maybe like this dark color. You know, if you have like a town that's fully behind the light, you almost certainly want to keep everything, you know, super dark. It's going to be almost perfectly silhouetted because the light's behind it, except you will have parts that are like super lit up where they catch the sun. I think that's kind of more like what you'd expect to see. And obviously because of that, it's going to probably cast a big old shadow across, depending on how big it is. But that's another question. So you've got like this big, if this is on the horizon, it would be a lot smaller. It actually wouldn't be this tall. It might be like only, you know, the city itself might just be a couple of little things along the line of the horizon line. It wouldn't be this giant thing like that. So if you want to make it feel like it's closer than the horizon, what I would do alternatively is give me a little bit of like a bay or something. Let me feel like maybe it's not quite that far away. But even if you do that, you kind of almost want to do more like this. Like as an alternative, let me try to just, hang on a second. If I take this, let's just take this, copy, paste, edit, transform, flip horizontal. Say we start with this. What I might do, alternatively, is do this. Now the town is there. And it's all the buildings can be, you know, can be here. Like that. So it's kind of like, that's more like perspective accurate because it now justifies this being the size that it is because it's a lot closer. If something's on the horizon, it's essentially infinitely far away. So anything that has height at this distance, we're thinking like giant mountain ranges right out there. This is like right here. And this would be fine if we were at ground level. So this makes perfect sense. Right? If the whole ocean is just this, you know, and then you've got like, you know, your foreground or whatever, that makes perfect sense. That's fine. You know, you got your sky and you got your sun. That makes sense because now we're on the same level as the city. Once you start to elevate, you would want to see the horizon. If this is the city, this is the city. Hang on, this is the city. If that's flat because we're in line with it, that's fine. As we start to go up, you would start to see the horizon go up with it because of the parallaxing, so that eventually you start to see the horizon and then your city down here, and then this is kind of like where we are. You start seeing like this. You see? And as we go up even higher, that horizon's going to go even higher up behind it. As we go to like something like top down, you know, or maybe more like, see that? So what we're seeing here, like this Sea of Stars angle, that's like, you know, closer to somewhere between these two, like here, you know, if you take this as one value and that's the other, that's what we're looking at here. But in your example, we're kind of looking from here, but we're seeing it as if it's here. So you got to like shrink the town or bring the sea level closer so that it's narrower. Is your game a top-down game? That would be my question. If it's not a top-down game, I probably wouldn't even bother with this kind of thing. This is like, I mean, it's not for a game. What's it for? Yeah, so Chrono Trigger does this sometimes. But I don't like, this is a very, it's very wonky even in the time when it came out. It's for an OC/fanfic of Sea of Stars. I see. Like, oh, like a Sea of Stars DLC fanfic. That's cool. Okay, so you really do want it to work within the Sea of Stars kind of like appearance. All right. Well, then what I would do if I was exactly in your position, if that's really what my goal was to make fanfic, I would start with this. I would draw up the lines. I would think about the perspective. And I would think about, like, if I was drawing a town here, like a boat would be maybe here. Maybe if there's a town on the water, it might look like this, like I was showing before. And then I would get rid of that, and now I work over this. That's kind of what I would do. Like a paint over, keeping the same perspective. But you might want to put the town maybe down here. I mean, it depends on what you're doing. Obviously, you've got ideas. That's what you did at the start. Okay. Well, then it's just a matter of, I think, practice. I think it's just, you've got to take the time to build that experience and get a bit more, yeah, just a bit more practice in on perspective. As far as like this stuff, it's tough. Like maybe you want to, if you're actually trying to copy this texture, copy it, you know, because it's their water. The actual shapes are like, specifically the angles. You might not want to copy exactly the shapes, but the angles are really important. Like this is a lot flatter than what you've got. Thanks for everything you're saying. It helps a lot. Do you have any tips about the grass/coloring on the cliff? It's kind of my main point. Tips on how to do this? Again, I mean, I would just look at the reference if you're trying to do like fanfic stuff. Pick softer colors. And So they've got like a very light texture, and then they've got images that almost feel like billboarded coming out. So, I mean, we could take this now into Sprite if we want. You know, I would be going... let me go back to my... You know, I would be drawing out the shapes of the objects that were going to be there. And I would have a few of them. And I would have softer, smaller objects around. And I would have a color that was like this color, but just ever so slightly more orange. And I would go take this color, add that, and I would take these two colors and I would create texture. Just to give some variety. And then inside of that, I would start creating the grass shapes. But I know this might be a little low detail for you. So you might want to add some more speckling of dirt as well. But that's the approach I would take. And then you can worry about adding, you know, your highlights or whatever for your color. Well, you've got only one color scheme. So like, stay in the reds. Stay in the same palette because everything is that same color for you. You can, if you really want, you can choose like a brown instead of like a green here. But I wouldn't. I think it's fine as red. This is the kind of thing where like you want to... I think my approach, if I was you, from scratch, would be think about like the most thumbnail version of this that you could possibly think of, right? So like take this image, compress it down to like 10% of its size, and think about what you want it to look like at this point. Don't detail it, but just think about the colors. Right, like, do you want this to be red? If it's not red, let's find the color that you want. Maybe even get an image that gets closer to what you want, or like hue shift stuff. So like take your color and start like thinking, okay, you know, maybe I want to try the green. Does the green work? If the green works, then I keep the green. Maybe I'll try something a little bit more, you know, golden. If the gold works, keep it. Otherwise change it. You know, it's that kind of thinking where you're allowing yourself to set up the palette. Because I think right now you're jumping into the details and you're going to have a hard time adapting because it's just too much. It's just too many pixels for you to worry about right now. But if you can just take a like a big step back, like a huge step back, and then think about the most broad things that you want to convey with your image, it will be easier that way. Like, and then you can do that with references. Like, you know, maybe it's more this color that you want. So you can literally copy this, go into like here and do the color picker. Like, what color is this stuff? You know? Personally, I think like you've got so much red in the color already. Keep the red. Like, I think keep it as you had it. But yeah, you want to figure out the bigger ideas first. Spaghetti Code Factory, thank you so much for the follow. Luminarts, thank you so much for the follow. 18 months, let's go. Just wanted to thank you. About a year and a half ago, you got me addicted to pixel art, and I've been evolving ever since. Thank you so much. So the thing that's tough about the time of day that you picked is that, like, at this time of day, when it's like red like that, like actual dusk, you don't see a lot of color in the foreground. Stuff gets pretty much black because the sun's like basically down. There's not enough light. Like, the light that's coming from the sun is like red because of the hue shifting because of the red shift. So like, there's not really going to be a lot of color in this stuff. And for the most part, you know, it might even be better, like kind of black, you know, that actually is kind of more accurate. You know, the only reason, if you look at this scene, the only reason that this grass is green is because there's a fire lighting it up. The moon is casting no light here. There's a little bit of edge light. This little rim light stuff. That's what the moon is casting. Just the tiniest glow. But if you look at these bushes, they're black. There's nothing. So if I was drawing this without the campfire, I would be painting all of this kind of like this color. And then I would take this and I would probably do this. You know, that's kind of like the palette that we'd be working with if there was no fireplace there. Fireplace? Bonfire. Campfire. So by that same token, your red light, that's going to bathe the entire scene. Flatten the waves without redrawing it all from scratch. I mean, you could try. If I was you, I wouldn't. I mean, surely you didn't redraw this, right? You copied and pasted. So I would, if I really wanted to do it the way they've done it, I would copy copy it and paste it a bunch of times in like a, you know, make a tile. Oh my gosh. You know, make your tile, whatever it is. Make sure it tessellates. Copy it. Save it. And then bring it into your scene. And flatten it. That's probably what I would do if I wasn't sure what needed to be done. Or I would just draw it. I would just redraw it. Yeah. I think I'd have to. But I'm pretty sure, this is done in Engine. Where are you? Pretty sure, does this not animate like inside the game? Probably is hand drawn. I don't know. Like, does the light glow? Like, is there like this is not pixel art. This is a light in Unity or whatever they used, Game Maker. Same with like all of this. That's all the color that it is because of a light. This is glowing like this. So doing it all in Sprite, you might not be able to get exactly where you want to go unless you want to do painterly stuff. Okay, there you go. That's a lot of feedback. You got a lot of value out of me. Hey, reset in peace. Is that a separate redemption? Hey, Minima. Welcome. What did you do? You made a second account? Oh, you redeemed that on behalf of Stitch. Okay, cool. Good. Hey, we made it to the end of the stream. And I didn't leave early. Ah. I didn't faint either. That's pretty good. I kind of hit my second wind the last sort of hour. No worries, Minima. Sorry about your account. You're subscribed on your main account. You should try to get that to work. Thanks, Samwise. Oh, God. So we're going to think about this. We've got like 1, 2, 3 weeks left of the demo. I got to get the whole thing playable on Monday, I think. All of the gameplay sections, minus any enemy updates that need to be done. What is the vision for Insignia? What do you mean, the vision? The vision is I get some funding in April and I build a team around me and finish it. 5 chapters, released in probably 2026. My wife is not home yet, I don't think. So I can stick around for a little bit longer. I want to wear my new glasses. They're so sturdy, man. They are. They're so bright as well. I think that they... I don't know. I gotta get used to them. That's right, Gigi. Am I making a game based on a plan or improvising? Oh, it's based on a plan. Yeah, that's what this whole... All of this is like planning document stuff. I'm not just winging it. Look at it all. The design. $20K. I'll buy it for $20K. I'll buy a copy of it on Steam. So yeah, where are we? We have all of the abilities. Combat enemy encounters is going to be hard, man. But maybe I just have to shape up everything that's there. I got 3 weeks, man. Maybe I don't need the Harriet stuff. Maybe we can just peace out before then. I gotta get the story in a good shape. Throw some side quests in. Let's play chess. If somebody redeems chess, we'll play one game, but I don't really know if I want to stick around for that. Oh boy. I don't think I'm gonna make it to April. I don't think I'm gonna make it in time. I just feel like a lot of negative thoughts coming on. I do play 3-2 on chess.com. Yeah, that's my preferred way to play it for now. I actually think I prefer 10-minute games, but I'm better at 10-minute games, so I put more time into 3-2 to try to match my ability. Are there any large repercussions? I mean, it'd be pretty crappy if I missed the deadline. I don't know. I would probably have to find... Maybe I'd do a Kickstarter in June or something. I don't know. The problem with all this stuff is, if I wasn't going to do a demo and it wasn't going to go to anybody, I wouldn't be building one. Like right now, all this chapter 1 content, like what am I doing working on chapter 1 now? You know, I should be working on chapter 3, not chapter 1. So the only reason I'm doing that is because I'm trying to get to the point where I can sell the game to somebody based on what's in it. And the only way that I feel is best to do that is to showcase it with a demo. So I'm trying to make the game in a position where it's in its best foot forward, and the part that's already most polished is chapter 1. So pulling from there in terms of story and existing enemies and stuff like that has been the part that seemed to make the most sense. It also makes the most sense to start at the beginning for a demo. So if I didn't have to do all of that, I would have spent the last 5 months doing something else. But I kind of have to do it this way. So it sucks, but we're already 1/6 of the way through this year. God, that's gone quick. Do you hide all the evidence? Ah. You just don't set up a Kickstarter that's going to fail. You just set one that's low enough that you know it won't. I would go to Kickstarter after I failed with a publisher. I would go to Kickstarter after publishers turned me away, not before. But I think we do a good job with Kickstarter. I think I need momentum that I can't generate by myself. If this doesn't work, it's just, I just find any effort to do a thing that I'm not already doing, like generate a demo for a funding demo, you know, or like create a Kickstarter or do an application like a pitch deck, like anything that is like a big thing that's new takes so much time. Steam page, trailer, like all that stuff. It's like multiple people's jobs worth for like weeks of time. Like a trailer, if I want to do a good job, I've got to write the trailer, you know, put together the shots, take sections of the game that work, polish up any sections of the game that are going to be in the trailer that aren't, you know, game ready. And that might be like a month of my time that if I had 5 people, it would take us like a week. It's just so much of that. I don't have the agility to be doing different things. You know what I mean? I sort of just got to go, this is my strategy, go, and then try to hit the thing so that I can build more momentum. Because otherwise, if you start doing something, this is my experience, like, you know, I'm on this path. If I have to digress from the path to try to do something that might boost me, and I miss that thing, well, now I have to sort of like cut that loss and sort of like keep going along the path I was already on. And then I try something else. And then if that doesn't boost, I have to chop it and then continue on. And so I end up going like, where did that year go of time that I spent? You know, you have to be opportunistic, but there's also an opportunity cost. I don't know. It's just, you know, because if you do hit the thing that kicks the momentum up, suddenly you can use the momentum to create more momentum and more momentum. And suddenly now you're going like literally 10x what you were trying to do before. Like, but for me, it's like, if I can't fully commit, it's like, you know, and the game is moving forward, sure, but it just feels like it's hard. It's hard. Maybe I'm overestimating like the competition with this kind of thing. Maybe it's already ready and I can just like do it. But I don't know. Money, Luminarts. I don't have the cash to do it. I can't afford to hire anyone to do anything. I can only afford to do what I'm doing, basically. For now. So it kind of has to be done by me. Whatever it is, any task. Until I can convince somebody that I'm worth, you know, putting energy into. Like, I think I've gotten so good at making this game. It's becoming, you know, pretty damn easy to do stuff quickly. I'm proud of what I've done. I'm so proud of what I'm doing and where it's all going and all that stuff. None of that is an issue. It's just, I don't know how to put it. Pivoting is so costly. That's all. Pivoting just takes so much time. You know, this is the most alive the game has ever looked. You know, these assets, the tiles, the levels, the enemies, like the backgrounds, everything feels and looks like so much better than it ever has. But it's still, you know, like, I don't know. I guess I'm not really in a, I haven't put myself in a place where I've been able to have the conversations to accelerate things. And maybe that's more, it's less an indictment on myself as a developer and more as a businessman. Maybe I just need to be smarter about how I go about building the business. I think that's probably been my biggest issue from the beginning, is that it's comfortable for me, because I'm skilled at it, it's comfortable for me to work on the game. But maybe to make the game go faster, I shouldn't be working on it. Maybe the team building stuff is more important than I give it credit for. And it's true, because I always find myself in a position where I'm like thinking about how I'm going to convince someone that, like, it's not just going to be me. You know what I mean? Like that this is only, like, right now this looks great, but like, who's the other people that I'm going to be bringing on? You know, who are they? Like, I never know what this is called. Athenium rotary concept. Not that. Please, where's this file? This one, okay. I don't really have a mentor. So there are people I can ask. Man, it's so frustrating to be in this position where it's like this question of like, what's good enough? Like, I don't know. I thought I was doing well. I think I'm getting better. My values are changing. I know that I'm caring more about the right things day by day. And the game's at a place where it looks good. Like, it looks really good, you know? And with just a little bit more effort, it'll look even better and more polished. And the trailer is like not far, you know, wherever I am now, a trailer is like just around the corner. I just need to be more positive, I think. I think I'm just stuck on this thing that it's taken me so long to get to this point. And I can't promise when people say like, oh, when's it coming out? I can't say anything. I can't say tomorrow or next month or a year from now. So I'm kind of just stuck being like, soon. One day. Like, I don't think I'm a perfectionist. I think I've certainly had that beaten out of me a little bit. I'm trying to be fast and loose with a lot of this stuff, and I'm definitely feeling like I'm more efficient than I've ever been. I think I need like one more layer here. Oh, one sec, pals. Someone's calling out to me. Be right back. Okay. Yeah. Look, I mean, that's another thing. Like, of course, I have to be also very confident about getting here. You know, like I got here. I'm here, you know. It's really impressive that I was able to do that. And it's a sign that I'm doing the right things and I should just keep going. It's just hard. It's just hard when I know every time I set a deadline, it's like I never quite reach it at the pace that I want to. It's so hard to estimate how long stuff is supposed to take. And I don't know how I'm going to get better at that without just building the game already, you know? I guess maybe the skill is just to learn how to react and pivot rather than being better at estimating. Maybe it's being better at just killing the darlings a little bit. The thing is, I almost made it out. Like, I almost have had to not compromise at all. I'm so close. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Like, it's very few people get to be in this position. You're totally right. And I need to be grateful of that. That's true. You're totally right. I shouldn't think about the time I've put into it. I should think about the opportunity I have right now. What that looks like. Like if someone got dropped into my position today, would they feel upset or would they feel like they had an opportunity? I have a lot of opportunity and I should act like I do. That's better. It's not perfect, but it's good. think I kind of want this to be... Don't ask me how I had this idea to do this, but I'm very grateful that it worked. I don't know what that was. Just flip stuff and you can change the entire horizon. Maybe speed running the next 3 weeks will show how creative I can be. We'll take it as a challenge, yeah? I just need to get some sleep. That's just the thing. I just need to be able to get sleep, and then I'm unstoppable. All right. Do you think I'll be able to get these trees? Oh, that looks... I love that. Do you think I'll be able to get... Oh, I've got plenty of space for them. Oh, that's great. Oh, cool. I was so concerned that that was going to be an issue. I thought they were the bottom of the level. Oh, that's very good. I just needed to do a big green blob. It does need to be, I think, a little bit more further forward. All right, I'll leave it there. In your experience, what percentage of time do you spend in Unity compared to Sprite, compared to other tools? I would say it's probably 50-50 art and code. And then if you want to include editor time, like spending time playtesting, then it's maybe like 30-30, 40-40-20. Depends if you want to call like tuning stuff code. But it's like, yeah, like 40% asset, 40% code, 20% time in the editor mucking around with stuff. Okay, pals. I gotta go. This was fun. Find someone to raid. Minima Second says, wait. Wait. Okay. You can show me really quickly. And then I gotta go. But you gotta be quick. I'm walking out the door. I'm leaving. Wow, that's not very many streamers. It doesn't say how many channels are live. What's this? 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 48, 40, 53 channels? I suppose that's okay. This is your new one? Much better. Much better than these three. You could try to give it the pointy tip. Maybe if it turns to the left or the right, you can show the pointy hat at the back. I still like the pointy thing, the hood. It doesn't have to be so round. But it looks good. It looks good. I like it. Maybe you could give it a couple of pixels wide on its ankles and up, and just leave the toes the 1 pixel. I would try that rather than have it be little twigs. Okay, that's it. That's the stream. Let's raid whoever. Jitspo. Thanks, pals. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. If you like my content, please... Oh, I can't do that way. Hang on a second. It won't raid him. I have to do it this way. There we go. So, yeah, I'll be back Monday. If there's an announcement coming about not streaming on YouTube, I will post it on Discord. So if you are a YouTube viewer and you are not sure about what's going to happen, follow me on Discord or join our Discord and you'll get the updates. Okay? Just in case on Monday I'm not showing up, that's probably why. All right. For those of you who want to support what I do, please consider becoming a supporter on Patreon at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. Patrons get their names in the credits, so you'll be seeing those names very soon. Thanks, pals. As always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.